Good morning, friends of God. Welcome to Christian Theological Seminary's Spring Faith in Action Conference. I am so glad that you are here. And let me begin by expressing my admiration for you and for the work that you do every day. You not only help people survive, but also thrive and flourish within conditions that often do not respect people's God-given human dignity. You provide support and necessary resources for people to transform their lives and to claim their dignity. In short, you all save lives every day. You are the living expression of God's grace in the world. We know that the work that you do is demanding, mentally, physically, spiritually, and emotionally demanding. One of the reasons that we hold the spring conference is that we want to provide support to you, both personally and professionally. And this is why I am excited about bringing today's speaker back to CTS. Dr. Walker Barnes was at CTS about 6 years ago, right before that COVID moment. And I can honestly say that her presentation changed my life. What she presented to us not only helped my own mental well-being, but helped me in all of my relationships. I trust you will find your time with her today also to be transformative. It's now my pleasure to introduce Lindsay Rabinowitz, who is the director of the Faith in Action Project and the one to whom we owe our gratitude for the great day ahead. Please join me in welcoming to the stage Lindsay Rabinowitz.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, David, for grounding us in why we're here today. As you mentioned, I'm Lindsay Rabinowitz, director of the Faith in Action Project, and it's just so energizing to see you all in this room. This is truly what community looks like, and it gives me a lot of hope. For those of you who are new to Faith in Action, we serve as a catalyst for action by educating and empowering faith and community leaders with lasting solutions to poverty. When we started in 2016, we knew that there was a lot of great work happening in Indianapolis, but it was often happening in silos. And we believed if we could connect leaders, if we could share best practices and scale what works, we could drive real lasting change. And you've helped shape that vision. You've told us that addressing poverty requires more than compassion and good intentions. It requires evidence-based solutions and holistic approaches. And you've also told us that you want practical tools to drive real meaningful change. And so that's what today is about. Today is about learning, it's about connection, it's about action. You'll hear from incredible leaders, including our keynote speaker, as we explore how trauma-informed and collaborative approaches can better support children and families in fostering stability, wellness, and healing. So our goal is simple, that you leave more informed, empowered, and inspired. And I want to make sure that you connect with at least one new organization or resource or person. So please introduce yourself to someone new today. A few quick notes. On our program that we put together for you, we have a QR code to speaker bios. We will not be reading the bios, so I encourage you to check those out at some point. And on the back side, you will see a QR code that says your input truly matters. So at the end of the conference today, we really encourage you to give your feedback. It's a 3-question survey, and your input means a lot to us in shaping future programs. You also see a call out for our grants program. Since 2017, we have awarded more than 1 million to 55 unique organizations that are creating pathways out of poverty for children and families. So I wanted to take a moment and just recognize the grant recipients that are in the audience today. If you are a grant recipient organization, would you please stand so we can honor you? Thank you for the work you do every day for our community. Because it's through your work that we see what is possible when support is connected and relational and holistic. And now we're going to have the opportunity to hear what it looks like in practice, what it means to walk alongside individuals who have experienced trauma and poverty. And it's my privilege to introduce a leader who does this work every day. Please join me in welcoming Tracy Clark from Coburn Place. Good morning, Tracy.
Good morning.
So, Tracy, to start us off, how do you feel that, or have you seen trauma create disconnection or barriers for individuals as they come to Coburn Place?
Well, for me, this work is very personal. Not only am I a director at Coburn Place, but I am also a previous resident at Coburn Place as well. So I remember when I walked into the Coburn Place doors for the first time, was able to lock my apartment unit, was able to have a furnished apartment with a pantry full of items, and I just remember sitting in the middle of the floor and just being frozen for an amount of time that I did not really even realize how much time passed. I was sitting in gratitude, I was sitting in safety for the first time, and then I was also sitting in fear of what comes next as well. And what we realize at Coburn Place is that many survivors have that similar experience. They come into their unit and sometimes they report sleeping for days, or sometimes they report being in their apartment for weeks. And a lot of times it's their body resetting from being in survival mode. So Coburn Place, for anyone who doesn't know, offers safe housing choices and supportive services for survivors of domestic violence and their children. And what we have seen when it comes to trauma is that a lot of times they seem disengaged, they seem isolated. There's a lot of fear that goes along with it as well, difficulty in making decisions. And one of the most intriguing things that we've seen is the disconnection from mind and body. That a lot of times they don't know what's going on inside of their bodies, and that was a safety tool that they used during the time that they had to use that. But if you can't cut that off, that can be very dangerous. And so we've had survivors have surprise babies. They didn't know they were pregnant on multiple times. And so that's why we offer some of the services that we do.
Well, we want to invest in organizations like Coburn Place that have this holistic approach and really trauma-informed care and are thinking about how they're incorporating, supporting healing along with long-term stability. So let's thank Tracy for her insights and the work she does every day.
Thank you.
Wanted Tracy to share a few things because I think it sets a framework for what we're going to hear today and why it's so important. Now I'm honored to introduce Reverend Laura Beth, who is going to be introducing our keynote speaker. Reverend Laura Beth is not only a CTS grad, but she's a pastor, a speaker, an advocate with more than 30 years in ministry, helping faith communities better understand trauma-informed care through both her expertise and her lived experience. Please join me in welcoming Reverend Laura Beth to the stage.
Thank you, Lindsay. In the fall of 1990, my journey into vocational ministry began as a student at Moody Bible Institute in Chicago. On that path over the last, I need to update my bio, I'm aging. It's been 35 years. I'm the only one, right? y'all are staying young, I assume. On that path over the last 35 years, through congregational work, through some time in the Christian music industry, evangelistic projects, and church plants, the one thing that I saw in common in every spiritual community I ever engaged in was that whenever a human presumed to teach or lead on matters of spirituality, to open a book and claim to speak on behalf of divine powers, a power dynamic began to form around them. Most of the time, something they were completely unaware of, or something that they carefully crafted. After years of wrestling with that tension and with the frequent misuse and abuse of that power, I learned a name for the experience of those who sat beneath them: spiritual and religious trauma. When I came to CTS, I have to update this number too, 9 years ago, I was ready to relearn what it meant to be in Christian ministry, to truly serve the church in a way that challenged those power dynamics. And it was out of that longing and that persistent need for peace in my own traumatized soul that a desire to see restoration emerged. Restoration of the whole person, body, soul, and spirit. People who had been pulled apart by the very faith communities that they turned to for support in challenging times. My siblings in the LGBTQ+ community who grew up connected to, deeply invested in their churches, only to be told they had no place. I believe that we are seeing a new class of the spiritually traumatized emerging from those who are sitting in the pews of the leaders in this Christian nationalist movement. That within the decades to come, there are going to be people emerging who need to know what we have learned about healing our spiritual selves. People who will need to receive the grace that we have been seeking. It is out of those passions that the vision for the Coalition for Peace and Restoration emerged. And for years, it was the challenge that I faced in establishing the coalition was isolation. It is difficult to build a coalition with no one coalescing. You can quote me on that. Over the past couple of years, those partnerships have emerged. Those connections have grown and deepened and developed into a lovely group of people who are now continuing to engage in discernment as to how it is we need to show up in the world, to the resources that we are developing to share with those who will be with us in positions to foster healing and encourage wholeness. And I share that so that when I say it is an honor to have been asked to introduce Dr. Shaniqua Walker-Barnes, you might know that I mean that with the utmost sincerity. Her work is personal to me. Dr. Shaniqua Walker-Barnes is a highly esteemed scholar, theologian, author, and clinical psychologist whose work focuses upon healing the legacies of racial and gender oppression. She began her work as a clinical research psychologist, earning degrees from Emory University and the University of Miami. And upon being called into ministry, she left her tenure-track faculty position to pursue her MDiv from Duke University. She currently serves as a professor of practical theology and pastoral care at Columbia Theological Seminary in Atlanta, where she continues her work as a leading voice in the pursuit of social change and healing in the Christian church. At the core of Dr. Shaniqua's work is a deep commitment to dismantling intersectional oppression and promoting justice and healing in the Christian church and the broader U.S. society. Through her research, writing, and speaking engagements, she examines the effects of racism and oppression on mental health and spiritual well-being, aiming to foster healing and resilience within marginalized communities and to inspire transformative social action. For those of us who built our March Madness brackets off of the favorite mascots that we found, you may be interested to know that in her 30 years of education, she has been a hurricane at the University of Miami, a gator at the University of Florida, a Tar Heel at UNC Chapel Hill, a Blue Devil at Duke, and a bear at Shaw and Mercer. Today, we are just grateful you are here. Please join me in welcoming to Faith and Action, Dr. Shaniqua Walker-Barnes.
Thank you and good morning. Reverend Laura Beth left off part of that, which is to say, somehow I am still not a sports fan. And I put that in my bio because people were always asking me about sports. And I would say, if those schools haven't managed to turn me into a sports fan, it's not happening. So thank you all very much. I am delighted to be here with you today. I'm going to try to keep us on time because, as my students will tell you, I firmly believe in breaks and giving people breaks in the midst of long days. And so I want to make sure we honor that time and that schedule. But I also have too much to present. So we'll have to adjust, and hopefully the slides will work pretty well. But for this morning session, I'm going to be talking to you about living and caring in a trauma-genic society. I'll do a little bit of a primer about trauma, and I'll talk about what it means to be trauma-genic, and then some of the things, just a few pointers about what it means to care for people in the midst of this world. When I was in graduate school, let's see, is the slide up? Yeah, you can go to the next one. Yeah, there we go. When I was in graduate school, one of the things that I heard was that trauma isn't very common. I was in my clinical psychology program in the 1990s. In fact, I started my clinical psychology program at the same time as the DSM-4 came out. So 30 years ago, the way we thought about trauma was very different. The DSM-4 definition, you can go to the next slide, talked about these things. It was trauma required either directly experiencing or witnessing an actual or threatened death or serious injury either to yourself or somebody else. You kind of had to be in the room, right? It only consisted of trauma if you had been there in person and if the threat was to you or if you saw a serious threat happen to someone else. The other part was that you had to have a specific reaction. Your reaction had to involve intense fear, helplessness, or horror. As a clinician, if you did not present with those two things, we could not diagnose you with PTSD, regardless of what other symptoms you had. You had to have those three things. And then in children, there was an idea that maybe in children we might see some disorganized or dysregulated behavior. We might see irritability, but that only applies to children. That doesn't apply to adults. Right, everybody here, because of the work you do, know that. I want to point out what makes an event traumatic. So what makes an event traumatic is not just the event. So we often tend to talk about trauma as if it's an event, but trauma is actually an event or situation plus a reaction, right? So we could all experience the same thing, the same potentially traumatic event, but it's not going to affect us in some way, in the same way. Some of us will end up showing signs of traumatization, others of us won't, right? And that depends on a variety of things, but it's important to note that as we talk about this. Generally, the types of situations that we thought of as potentially traumatic 30 years ago were events that were rarely experienced by most people, especially at that time. So here are some of the examples of events we were talking about. So things like exposure to war, physical assault, sexual assault, childhood abuse, serious motor accidents. And 30 years ago, all of these were fairly uncommon, but in the past 30 years, some things have changed. So since 1994, which is when I started graduate school and also when the DSM-4 came out, we've experienced the 9/11 terrorist attacks. And from the comfort of our living rooms, we saw people falling to their deaths, right? We weren't in the room. We weren't in the place where it happened, but we actually saw it happening in real time. And for everybody who remembers that moment, it's one of those that's marked on our memories, right? How many of you can remember where you were when you heard about what was happening? Exactly, right? So that's part of that. We've also had this sort of war as being normalized, right? The 9/11 attacks also set off a 20-year war. And the United States has pretty much been at war ever since Vietnam, right? And we are doing it again now. Other things, the normalcy of the mass shooting phenomenon. I was talking to my son one day and I was talking about tornado drills and he was like, "What are you talking about?" I'm like, "Y'all don't go in the hall and have to get on the floor and do that thing that you do and just sit there forever." He's like, no, instead they have active shooter drills in their schools, right? The ubiquity of smartphones means that we have been able to be plugged in to these events as they're happening around the world at any given time. If all of us were to pull out our phones and get on social media right now, we would probably have some type of exposure to some trauma that someone else is experiencing. Along with smartphones, there's been a rise in deadly automobile accidents, right? I don't remember knowing people who had died in a car accident in 1994, but now I know multiple, right? It happens more commonly because there's more distracted driving happening. We get real-time and repeated exposure to Black, brown, and Asian people who are being victimized by racial violence. We have an increase in natural and environmental disasters as a result of climate change. We now have the term climate refugees. And climate refugees refers to people we know, right? People who moved from California because they couldn't deal with the fires anymore, the flooding, so people who were permanently displaced from their communities. All of this has become part of our everyday existence in ways that it wasn't 30 years ago. And then on top of that, advances in neuroscience and this rise of this field that we call epigenetics are greatly reshaping the way that we understand trauma, its impact on the body and behavior, and its transmission across generations. So when the DSM-5 came out, it incorporated a few changes. It kept the former categories, but then it added these other criteria. One, it recognized that trauma is relational and that often we experience symptoms of trauma because something traumatic happens to somebody we care deeply about. And so they added this third criteria. If you learn that something has happened to a close family member or a close friend, you might experience the symptoms. And then the fourth criteria is really relevant to everyone in this room. If as a result of your work, your professional work, as first responders, as people who care for traumatized communities, if you are repeatedly being exposed to aversive details of trauma, then your worldview might be changed in ways that are considered traumatic, right? I often tell this story about when my son was about 5 or 6 years old, and we live in a fairly safe community. But my husband one day came inside, they had been outside, and he left my son outside in the front yard. And I was like, where is he? What are you doing? He's like, I just needed to run in for a minute. And I was like, no, you can't do that. You have to be out there with him at all times. And my husband's like, what are you talking about? I'm just coming in here to grab, I'm only gonna be in here for a couple of seconds. And I was like, you have not heard the stories I've heard. Right, as a clinician, being exposed to stories of children who had been abused, my mindset was that there are abusers and predators lurking on every corner, just waiting for a child to be unsupervised, and so that if he's out there even for a minute by himself, he's in danger. Right? So these are the types of things that this goes along with. The reality is that because of many of these issues and others, we now live in a traumagenic society, what I'm going to call a traumagenic society. Now, I'll tell you what the sort of official definition is, and then the way that I'm using this. The American Psychological Association defines traumagenic as describing or relating to the dynamics by which a traumatic event, e.g. Childhood sexual abuse, may have long-term negative consequences, including the development of a mental disorder. Now, this way of thinking about trauma and being in a traumagenic society actually causes us to rethink our understanding of trauma. Traumatic events do not always have to involve explicit, overt threats or attacks upon one's physical safety. Trauma can also include situations that pose a threat to our existential safety, our sense of being as a person. This is actually how a lot of cultural trauma works, as I'll talk about shortly. That if there's something that feels like it's actually an attack on my personhood, a psychic attack on my personhood, that in itself can be a form of trauma. Danielle Hansen, my pastoral care colleague who's she's at Emory University, she defines trauma in this way, and she has a great book on working with trauma, about trauma-informed pastoral care. She defines trauma as a highly distressing event or series of events that occurs in the life of an individual or community and which overwhelms their capacity to cope, often because of a sense of threat to their lives and what is most meaningful to them. Trauma poses a threat to what we find meaning in. A traumagenic society, then, is one whose structures, narratives, and norms routinely generate traumatic stress, harm, and dysregulation. We're living in a traumagenic society. And by definition, I think this is something that comes up because of capitalism. Capitalism is inherently traumagenic, particularly the way in which capitalism is practiced in the United States, because part of what it does is it elevates profit and power above people. So the needs of people are sort of at the low end of our concern in this society. We will do things if we think it makes money, even if it's not good for us. Right? We'll do things if it brings us power, even if it harms people, right? So this is an inherently traumagenic society. So some of the examples of this are actually school shootings, right? The fact that as a society that we seem incapable of doing anything to curb mass shootings, that we refuse to enact gun control in any capacity, right? Because we say your right to buy a gun, and so in other words, a corporation's right to make money off of you buying a gun actually matters more than the lives of children, than the lives of college students, than the lives of people who are worshiping in a congregation, right? That's what that means, right? The opposition to universal health care, the dismantling of social safety nets, all of this is saying we care more about the bottom line than we care about people and their bodies and their experiences. So there are a few ways then that this society creates trauma. One is structural oppression. So I want to talk about this because members of marginalized communities are especially vulnerable to the impact of living in a traumagenic systems, because the systems themselves are organized in ways that threatens one's existence. So when we talk about racism, misogyny, heterosexism, ableism, classism, all these oppressive systems, the threat is to your ontological being, to your very existence. Audre Lorde has a poem in which there's a line that says, "We were never meant to survive." And I think that captures the experience of many marginalized people, that this system does not want us to survive, does not care if we survive. Oppression deems all bodies as more or less valuable, dependent upon their relationship to the hegemonic ideal, which in the United States is a white, cisgender, heterosexual, middle or upper class, able-bodied adult male, preferably a citizen, but we will also take people from Europe and Russia, right? Everybody else is valued based on their proximity to this ideal, right? That's the top rung of the identity ladder. And so at the bottom rung are Black people, especially when we think racially, what we call unassimilated Native Americans, right? Can't blend in. There's a lot of talk about assimilation as a good in our society right now. Darker skinned Latinas, right? People who also don't blend in. Certain Asian and Pacific Islander groups. There are other groups, right? But there are many other beyond race people that are at the bottom rung of the ladder. For the most part, this society only sees people in the lower rungs of the ladder as valuable in as much as they can contribute labor to it, right? So if you can work, then we might find room for you, right? In my second book, I bring the voices of my people. I talk about the 4 pillars of white supremacy and how they differentially treat different racial ethnic groups. And all of these happen, all of these are acts of cultural violence that are inflicted upon individuals and communities at both sort of the micro and macro scale, right? This is little bits of harm that's happening every day that over time can build up to a sense of trauma. This is not in the official definition, right? Living while Black does not fit the criteria for trauma, but the combined effects of daily microaggressions and macroaggressions can make us dysregulated. I'm gonna skip a little bit of stuff. Let's see. I'll talk a little bit about cultural trauma. Let me just say this about cultural trauma. So one of the things that's not in the DSM is cultural trauma, right? And often it is people who do work with marginalized communities who recognize that the way we're thinking about trauma it's not working, right? It's not capturing what we're seeing in our practices and our organizations. So cultural trauma often involves dehumanization and acts of brutality. It includes things like colonization, displacement, enslavement, segregation, the ICE raids. Right now, this is a form of cultural trauma. So cultural trauma are events or situations that happen to members of a community because they are members of that community, right? It is identity-based trauma. It can include experiences of harm that are unique to that community, but it can also include experiences that happen disproportionately to that group, right? So sometimes people will be like, well, that's not racism because it also happened to this white person. Yeah, but it didn't happen to them because of their ethnicity. And it doesn't happen to them more regularly because of their ethnicity. So cultural trauma can be acute, as in cases where people experience these sudden catastrophic events, but it can also be gradual, occurring as a result of our cumulative experience over time. Sometimes cultural trauma becomes intergenerational trauma. Sometimes personal trauma becomes intergenerational trauma. So this is one of the things that we are learning, and this is another reason why the DSM definition is inappropriate, because remember, you have to have that experience, right? Not only were you there for the event, but you have to have the experience of fear, horror, helplessness. But if the trauma has been transmitted genetically because it happened to your mother or it happened to your father, it happened to your ancestors, you don't necessarily have the psychological experience that comes from being there at the event, but your body is telling the story of the trauma, right? You have the symptoms of trauma. You are acting and behaving in the world in a way that is consistent with trauma. Your functioning might be impaired because of that, but you can't tell the story of what happened. And you can't tell the story of how you feel about what happened or at the time that it happened. So the American Psychiatric Association, here's one quote, but it often says, the trauma experienced by the older generation is translated into a genetic adaptation that can be passed on to successive generations. The trauma reactions vary by generation, but often include shame, increased anxiety and guilt, a heightened sense of vulnerability and helplessness, low self-esteem, depression, suicidality, substance abuse, dissociation, hypervigilance, intrusive thoughts, difficulty with relationships and attachment to others, difficulty in regulating aggression, and extreme reactivity to stress. Intergenerational trauma often means that people are experiencing these things, but they can't figure out why. They don't know where it comes from, just something is off, right? And it happens in these really big ways, but it can happen in smaller ways too. So I am a lifelong resident of the South. My family has pretty much lived in the South from the time that we were trafficked onto these shores. So I'm a descendant of the transatlantic slave trade. And one of the things that's happening in my family is that we have a lot of varied autoimmune diseases. Like the rates are ridiculously high, and it's one particular line of the family. This particular line of the family is also very fair-skinned. Many of them, including my grandmother, my paternal grandmother, could pass for white. And so over time, as we began to realize these things kept emerging, there's another illness and another person and another illness and another person. And we kept saying, what happened with that line of the family? We actually traced it to my great-grandfather's side, who is also, who could pass for white. And so we joke in my family, we were like, it's that white blood. That's the running joke, it's that white blood. When we say that, actually we're pointing out something. See, there are no stories of interracial romance on that side of the family in the history. Some current ones, not in the history. So the fair skin on that side of the family is a product of sexual assault, possibly repeated sexual assaults in that line of the family for that line to stay so fair for so long, right? And so we're now thinking, oh, and there are other stories. We got stories on that side of a family about racial trauma. We're like, that's what this is. This is trauma showing up in our bodies, right? I don't have the personal horror. I wasn't there for what happened. We don't even quite know the story, but we know that trauma is in our bodies. So in many ways in our society, dysregulation is becoming the new normal. And it's happening everywhere. If you drive down the street, and road rage, people are dysregulated all over, right? Many of us are living with nervous systems that are routinely on edge because this is what trauma does to us. Some of the signs of dysregulation are you're just tired all the time. No matter how much sleep you got good sleep last night, and you wake up and you're like, why am I tired? I can't figure out why I'm tired. I can't concentrate. I'm not as effective as I used to be. It's taking me a lot longer to do things than it used to. I'm not interested in things that I used to be passionate about. I'm having all of these unexplained physical symptoms, headaches, digestive issues, muscle tension and pain. My sleep is not right. I'm either sleeping too much, maybe I'm not sleeping at all. In general, I feel anxious or on edge a lot. Or maybe you just even feel like you're constantly coming down with something. Like, I feel like I'm getting sick, but the sickness never comes, but it's that impending feeling of always feeling like I'm getting sick. And maybe you've tried altering things in your life. You're taking some new supplements, you're doing some new workouts, like you keep trying all the things, and maybe they help a little bit, but nothing's quite working. And that's because the problem isn't you. The problem is living in a traumagenic society. You're feeling the dysregulating effects of this society, particularly under this administration. So I want to talk about two things that are happening, and I'm gonna sort of make some assumptions about who is in the room for a conference on faith and action. And if anything I say right now offends you, then I will give you the non-apology of saying, I'm sorry if you were offended. So there are two techniques that this administration is using right now that result in this sense of dysregulation, flooding and fire hosing. So the first one is called flood the zone. And this is a strategy that Steve Bannon created. So even though he's no longer the chief political strategist for Trump, this is the strategy that now Stephen Miller is not just following, but really perfecting. Flooding attempts to overwhelm the media and the public by pushing out initiatives and policies at an alarming and overwhelming rate. So in the first Trump administration, on the first day of the presidency, he did, I think, one executive order on the first day. In the second administration, January 2025, he signed 26 executive disorders. Wow, yeah. 26 executive disorders on the first day. And his administration had actually prepared 55. He signed 26. Before that 26, the highest number was 9. And that was, Biden did 9, Obama, I think, did 2, and Clinton had done 1. Pretty much all other recent presidents, 0 on the first day. So there was this sense of, wait, we can't tell what's happening. And I don't know about you, but something that happened under the first administration, but now the second one, is I get up in the morning and I immediately pick up my phone and I gotta go to CNN because I gotta see what fresh hell has happened overnight. Right? I can say that word in the church, right? Okay. So it's that sense of, I don't know, right? And what is happening? The second one is the fire hose of falsehood. Now this is actually a strategy that is a propaganda technique that's often used by Russia under President Putin, but that we're also seeing now. So this involves broadcasting a large number of messages rapidly, repetitively, and continuously over multiple channels without regard for truth or consistency. So the strategy is designed to both entertain us, confuse us, and overwhelm us. Together, what they do is that they undermine, first of all, they undermine the credibility of the news, which is, in democracy is called the fourth estate, because the news media is supposed to provide this sort of additional checks and balances against the government. But it also has this effect of keeping our stress response systems continually activated, because we don't know whether we're coming or going. We don't know whether, what world are we responding to? Last year, so the inauguration happened in January. At February, I went on a four-week writing sabbatical. I was at the Collegeville Institute, and I took my passport with me. And I took my passport with me because my family and I, we were really anxious about being separated from each other during that time. So I felt myself saying, I'm having real separation anxiety as an adult right now because of this world we're living in. But we were like, we might have to escape quickly. right? I have friends and family, some of whom are American citizens, some of whom are not, but who are keeping their passports on them at all times. Some because they think I might have to prove my identity at some point, but others because I might have to leave. Something horrific might happen, and we may need to flee the country at any given moment. Many of us are living in a state of constant fight, flight, or freeze, and we are showing the signs. We're feeling the exhaustion, the numbness, the irritability, the disconnection, and the fatigue. So this is a form of trauma. Where am I gonna go next? Because we're running out of time. All right, I wanna talk a little bit about how trauma shows up in our bodies. How many of you are familiar with the ACEs study, Adverse Childhood Experiences study? Most? Okay, but not everyone. Okay, I think this is important. One of the most meaningful studies about trauma and how it affects us has been the Adverse Childhood Experiences study. This was conducted by Vincent Folletti, who was director of the Department of Preventative Medicine at Kaiser Permanente in San Diego in the 90s. And it happened like many scientific discoveries do, almost accidentally. He was running this obesity prevention program, and he realized that over a 5-year period of running this program, about half of the people dropped out. And they were dropping out when they were successful. Like when they were actually losing weight, the program was working for them, and he was trying to figure out what is going on, why are people leaving a program that's clearly working for them? So he decided to actually start asking. Let me start interviewing people to figure out what's happening. And he uncovered what this relationship was between dropout and traumatic histories, but also between weight gain and traumatic histories. Around the same time, he was sort of noticing that a small subset of patients in this HMO were responsible for a high use of services. And also in talking to them, he began to realize a lot of them seem to have had really difficult childhoods. So he decided he wanted to look more into this, and there were several iterations of this, but eventually he ended up collaborating with the CDC to do a survey of over 17,000 members of Kaiser Permanente. These were people who were just coming in for their regular appointments. They weren't coming in necessarily for treatment of trauma. And I want to put up the questionnaire category. So you take the ACE survey, and it gives you a score. Basically, he asked, like this kind of crudely constructed measure, that probably wouldn't have passed muster in like my design classes, assessment design classes in my clinical psychology program. But he just says, did this ever happen to you? Right? Have you ever been physically abused, emotionally abused, sexually abused as a child? Did you ever experience physical or emotional neglect as a child? And also, did you experience any forms of these household dysfunction or household challenges? From this, you get a score on the ACE. If it happened, you get 1. It doesn't even rate the severity. It's just, did it ever happen to you? And so your score is calculated as your sum of responses. And then they begin to look at the health of these folks and found that the impact of ACEs were just startling. First of all, adverse childhood experiences are very common, in contrast to my graduate instructor saying trauma is not that common. 67% of folks had at least one adverse childhood experience. 20% reported 3 or more, and 13% had 4 or more. Higher scores on ACEs were associated with a greater risk of a wide range of mental and physical health problems, things that folks had never even anticipated could be impacted by trauma. And the number 4 is especially significant. So people who reported 4 or more categories of adverse childhood experiences are 4 times more likely to experience depression or to use illicit drugs, 7 times more likely to suffer from alcoholism, 12 times more likely to have previously attempted suicide, twice as likely to suffer from diseases such as cancer, heart disease, and stroke, 4 times more likely to suffer from lung issues such as bronchitis or emphysema. Having a high number of ACEs is associated with autoimmune disease, headaches, COPD, and on and on. And as with many other things, women have higher rates of ACEs than men, and people of color report higher rates than whites. And now this research is continuing around the world as people are looking at this, and we are coming to realize that trauma may actually be our biggest public health problem. That it is responsible for so much of the disparities in mental and physical health that we see. And the reason for this is that trauma hijacks the nervous system, right? And it puts people in a constant state of fight or flight, where essentially their bodies are in allostatic load. Their nervous system, when fight or flight gets triggered, it never settles back down. And so part of what happens when we're in fight or flight, our body starts to redirect resources. Is really this like brilliantly designed system, right? Our body says, you don't need digestion right now, let me shut that down. You don't need reproduction right now, let me shut that down, right? Anytime we're in fight or flight, our body makes some strategic decisions about what needs the resources. Like your arms and your legs might need the resources because you might need to be able to run really fast. You might need to be stronger than usual. Your pupils change because you might need to really hone in on, like, there's a tiger over there. I need to be able to focus on that tiger. You're not paying attention to anything else around that. Your pain sensitivity decreases, right? A lot of just attention to your body, what you were just saying, people not even recognizing what's happening in their bodies. When you're under a fight or flight, so you're being attacked by a tiger, you don't actually need to be distracted by the pain. And so your awareness of your body diminishes so that you can deal with the threat and get away from the threat. And then after you get away from the tiger, all the systems are supposed to come back online. If you are under constant dysregulation, the systems never come back online, not fully, right? There are always stress hormones circulating in your body, and so your body states are constantly being disrupted, and you end up in what we call allostatic load. I'm not going to talk about that. I'm going to move a little bit to some of the elements of trauma-informed care, and something I think that is really important. So there are a few things that we can do as we think about what it means to be working with so many people who are traumatized. One is just recognize you're working with people who are traumatized even when you don't know if you're working with people who are traumatized. It's just accept trauma as the new norm, right? Unless you're a mental health clinician, it's not your job to diagnose trauma, right? That's not what we're necessarily trying to do, but just assume there could be trauma here, right? Especially because of the way that trauma works. So honor what Methodist pastor, a South African Methodist pastor, Trevor Hudson, calls the pool of tears. He says, beside each individual is an invisible pool of tears. That's the sum of their life's experiences. And if we approach each other with carelessness, we run the risk of stomping in somebody's pool of tears. So we got to be real careful how we approach people. We also need to move beyond the self-help model, the individual model that says your symptoms are your responsibility, right? That we need to recognize that what we are experiencing is a collective systemic issue. And this is even for us, that what's happening with me is not just me right now, right? It is happening because of the system that I'm embedded in. So we need to shift from asking what's wrong with me or what's wrong with you to what has happened to us as a society. Nobody ends up traumatized by choice. Even if it's their choices that put them in a situation, that predispose them to being traumatized, nobody decides to make that happen, right? And the symptoms that people are experiencing, that we are experiencing, are not actually failures. They're our body's attempt to make sense of what is happening, right? It's actually an adaptive response. Trauma, in many ways, is our body saying, oh, you're under attack. You need me to do this for you. You need me to prepare you to deal with the attack. So part of what we need to help to do is to reclaim the body and help our bodies learn a new story, right, when we're under trauma. We've tended to focus on talk therapy as the solution to trauma, and talk therapy is helpful, and it is also not sufficient, right? Trauma is in the body, and if you're working with poor and marginalized people, as I did when I did, most of my clinical work was either with poor communities or people from cultural communities where therapy was highly stigmatized, and we just weren't gonna talk that much, right? They just weren't, they weren't gonna come in and start pouring out their problems with me. So fortunately, a lot of the work that we need to do with trauma is not based in talk therapy. So it means you don't have to be a therapist to do it. What we actually need is a lot more embodied healing practices. So breath work, centering, movement, dance, rest, creativity, play. Somatic healing in particular shows a lot of promise. And the good thing about these practices is that many of them can be delivered collectively, right? It doesn't have to be this one-on-one in the room, but it can actually be with groups of people, and it can be by people who are not therapeutically trained. So you can be certified as a somatic experiencing professional or somatic therapist or without being a clinician. The other thing that we need to do is begin to leverage the healing power of community. Trauma is alienating even when it happens collectively. And with poor communities, it's alienating because it happens to so many people. So people don't talk about their experience and don't even necessarily recognize their experience as traumatic because it's what everybody goes through. Who am I to talk about how hard my life is when my mama's life, my neighbor's life, everybody is going through hardship, so I'm just pushing through. So when we are in survival mode, which is what happens when we are in fight flight, we tend to feel alone. So people need to know that they're not alone in their experience and they're not alone in life. This is not actually just some sort of thing to say. It turns out, so I've been doing a lot of work with polyvagal theory, and there's this concept called co-regulation that says our nervous systems actually were designed to work together. Our nervous systems were designed under the assumption that if you were out and you did get attacked by a tiger, you would actually return to community and community would fold you in and take care of you. So co-regulation is this idea, and let me actually back up because we recognize it intuitively with children and infants. We instinctively recognize that when children, babies especially, are upset, they cannot soothe themselves. We have to do it for them. And so we rock them, we sing to them, we play with them, we distract them, we put them in cars and drive around in the middle of the night because it's the thing that seems to soothe them, right? And all of that is biologically rooted. We reassure them that they're okay, that we're present. What our culture of individualism teaches us to do is that as you get older, you're not supposed to need that anymore. You are supposed to be a big girl now. Pick yourself up, right? Like, stop that crying. You calm yourself down, right? It's actually one of the reasons that help seeking is so stigmatized because we've taught people from childhood that you should be able to handle your own distress. Now, adults should be able to self-regulate more, but that doesn't mean that we can completely self-regulate. Co-regulation is necessary for survival. Until we became an industrialized society, you couldn't survive without other people. You couldn't live your life just on a day-to-day basis without somebody helping you in some capacity. Co-regulation requires having relationships in which we feel safe. In her book, Anchored, Deb Dana, I think this is actually one of the most accessible explanations of co-regulation. Stephen Porges came up with the theory of polyvagal theory. If you try to read through his work, bless you. Without being a neuroscientist, just bless you. But I find Deb Dana's approach to be very, very impactful. And she has some stuff on YouTube stuff that you can look up to. But she says, in order to co-regulate, I have to feel safe with you. You have to feel safe with me. And we have to find a way to come into connection and regulate with each other. We depend on certain people in our lives to show up with a regulated system when we are in need. Co-regulation is necessary for us every day, right? We are actually, so our systems need to be co-regulated constantly. So being around people who help to soothe us. And I'm having an experiences of this in my own way. So I have my little Aura ring, if anybody wears an Aura ring, that helps me track my sleep and all of this, because I've been trying to track my circadian rhythm. But one of my numbers that comes up consistently low is my heart rate variability and my recovery. Overnight, my body does not, because my body is highly aroused and dysregulated. And so overnight, my body doesn't do the healing work and the rest work that it really needs to do. But I found that my heart rate variability improves when I spend time in conversation in the evening. If my husband and I sit and just talk, and it doesn't matter what we talk about, and we're actually talking about a whole range of things from, did you see that Instagram video? It was so funny, to, can you believe what happened in the world today? Like, it is all of that. Or if I'm talking to one of my cousins, or if I talk to my mom, I notice when I wake up the next morning, my heart rate variability is improved. It's actually in the normal range. What matters most about the relationship is that I have to feel safe in it. And when I feel safe and spend time with people that I feel safe with, and maybe they're more regulated than I am, it actually helps me to regulate. For people who are living under economic precarity or high stress, finding a regulated person is easier said than done. So some of the takeaways, and I'm going to end us here. One is to strive to be a regulating presence. If you are going to work with poor communities, if you're going to work with marginalized communities, people who have high rates of trauma, you need to enter that work as a regulated presence. I don't mean a fake regulated presence. You can't fake regulation. You can't go in there, pretend that you're, put on like your ministerial armor and pretend like you have it all together. You actually have to do your own healing work. And so that means the same thing that I'm talking about doing for the communities you work with, you may need to do for yourself, right? So you may need a somatic therapist, right? You may need to make sure that you're doing the things that you need to do so that you can show up for people in a way that it helps them to self-regulate. You also need to help people form community. And this is, this is one of the things about faith communities. We're supposed to have this part on lock. This is actually one of the things we're supposed to be able to do, is actually to provide people with community that's outside of friendship, that's outside of family members, but right, like we offer welcoming communities. So facilitate that, lean into that, help people form spiritual community. Ritual helps with that, meaning making helps with that. Also, integrate embodied healing practices into your work. The type of things we're talking about, right? Have a line dance party. There was a meme that came out last year as the world was falling apart, because there were all these videos of Black women learning different line dances, and everybody was like, so the world is falling apart and Black women out here like to the left. That's what we're doing. But that was actually co-regulation and embodiment, because we were doing it as a group, right? And we were working out that stress, right? Hold a line dancing class and see how many people in your community show up when you do that. And they will say they feel better afterwards, because they do, right? And then the other thing is, we need to advocate for policy and cultural shifts that support our collective well-being. So to do the work, you have to not only treat the symptoms, but we have to start looking to the causes. So part of our work has to be advocacy for change, so that so many people aren't being funneled down that are in need of support. I'm going to leave you with one last thing, if you'll go, the body perception questionnaire at the end. If you will, I'm not going to ask you to do it now, but you will want to pull this up. This is actually a good free resource for checking in with yourself. It is a way of looking at if your body is actually showing signs that you might be dysregulated. And if you take it on the website, you are giving them your data, the researchers are giving them your data from you filling it out, but it actually gives you a score and it gives you an indication of the degree to which your body is showing signs that your nervous system is dysregulated. So it's a good starting point for doing your own work. I'm gonna stop us there so we can get a break, but thank you all very much, yeah.
Thank you. That was very powerful. Will you tell the audience how they can follow you and continue to follow your insights and good work?
Thank you. So the best place to follow me is on my Substack, so drshaniqua.substack.com. I write on that weekly, usually about issues having to do about racism and oppression and self-care, and generally trying to find my way out of this mess and my own healing journey. So I'm often writing about that. So drshaniqua.substack.com. I'm also on Instagram, not on Twitter or X anymore, and a little bit on Threads, but mostly on Substack. Yeah.
Well, everything you shared this morning, and by the way, we will share this out again, so don't feel like you need to make sure you do that right now. But, you know, as we think about addressing poverty, it's so much more than economic mobility. We want to foster human flourishing. It's not just about stability, we want human flourishing. So when I created this event, thinking about trauma to transformation, you gave us so many good examples about how to identify it and how to get to a better place. But could you think of just one last thing to tell our audience about when you're thinking about positively creating more transformation and supporting children and families, or the leaders here today that are doing so much work? I just want one last thing from you. We're sad to let you go.
Oh, one thing. Open spaces for people to talk about their experience, especially if you work with children. What children, and anybody who knows this and really trusts children, they see so much more about what is happening with the adults in their lives than you could ever imagine. Just create a space for children, for adolescents to begin talking about some of these issues. We too often like to think when they're adults, that's when we'll address it. But they're not experiencing it as adults, they're experiencing it now, right? And so, yeah, I would say that. But the other thing is, I'll end on a positive note, I'll add a second one. Make room for joy. And like, not just make room for it, seek it out. Especially right now when we're being overwhelmed by bad news on a constant basis, when the need is so high, make room for joy. So figure out whatever that thing is you do. For me, it is funny videos, particularly that involve children or pets. I have a whole Instagram, you can create your own like folder on Instagram. So I have a special children and pets category in my Instagram, and I just save videos, and I'm constantly, if there's nothing else that makes me laugh during the day, I'm gonna go watch some videos so I'll laugh. So this is like a really simple thing we can do to help reset ourselves.
Let's give her another round of applause. Thank you. Well, I am thankful that we have the breakout session to really reflect on what Dr. Walker Barnes shared with us, and I guess I don't need this. Connect with one another. So for our breakout sessions, the way that we have it is we'd like to divide by your last name. You don't have to go there, but I think that's the easiest way. Each facilitator, will be facilitated conversation, has the same set of questions, and so we will divide by your last name. And if you look at the screen, you can see that. And we will be back here at 10 after 11 for our final panel discussion. So they will provide models and approaches that we can implement in our own work. So I'm really excited for that discussion. But right now, when you exit, all of the breakouts are in this hallway or fellowship hall where the donuts were, and as well as the restrooms. So thank you.
have a, I bet there's no monitor, is there? Well, let's see how it goes without it. Why don't you grab one? Yeah, that'd be good. I think we'll just, I'm not sure if he's gonna use this or the piano, so let me figure that out too. Okay. Can he use the Nord or do you want him to use the piano? Use the Nord, because he might do some cool stuff on that.
Yeah.
I think it's Grace.
It probably
I-
is. I've done stuff so many places.
I
that
bet.
It's.
I bet.
I've done a lot of work with Sarah Scarborough.
That's
and
probably
it's
why.
Probably, I can't remember. It may have even been like weird, like one-off gigs I've done with her.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
the crew,
Who
but,
knows? Do you work here full time?
Like,
Okay.
just freelance. Pop
Okay.
all over the place.
I love it.
So,
I love it. He's gonna get your yeah, the Nord. So I don't know if it looks like this would be you got these too if you want them. Yeah. Trying to find some cables.
more cables.
Yeah.
Here, of course, they've all.
My husband is like the chillest guy. He's like 6'6", and when I'm like going through crowds, he's like, "Will you slow down?" Sorry if you felt like I was rushing.
How would you feel about in-ears? Because I've got those, and it'd be super easy.
I'll just try it without a
sure?
monitor for now, and we'll see how it goes.
Are you sure?
Yeah, probably inner ears
Okay.
I wouldn't want to do.
They're super.
I don't have the outfit on for it.
Okay.
And, you know. Yeah, let's. It's like we just need one cable, right? I know, those look like. Do it. I love it. Nobody's using that. Oh, will that work? You did it. Good job. Guide my feet while I run this race. Guide my feet while I run this race. I don't want to run this race in vain. Probably somewhere around there. Hold my hand while I run this race. He's getting me a monitor. I should have told him I needed a monitor. Close my eyes and I can see the world. We got the keys in there. Yep. Guide my feet while I run this race. Guide my feet while I run this race. Guide my feet while I run this race. For I don't want to run this race in vain. Hold my hand while I run this race. Hold my hand while I run this race. Hold my hand while I run this race. 'Cause I don't want to run this race in vain. Yep. That's what we're not doing any of that middle stuff. We're just doing hold my hand, hold my hand, that's it. That's the traditional hand. They want it to be a long time, so we're just doing guide my feet, hold my hand, and let me run this song. Okay, let's try the track. Thank you for doing that, James. I appreciate it. I close my eyes and I can see a world that's waiting up for me that I call my own. I can use less of my voice in the monitor. Through the dark, through the door, through where no one's been before, and it feels like home. They can say I'm crazy. They can say I've lost my mind. I don't care if they call me crazy. We can live in a world that we are even a little less of me. And every night I lie in bed, the brightest colors fill my head. A million dreams keeping me awake. I think of what the world can be, a vision of what I see. A million dreams is all it's gonna take. Oh, a million dreams for the world we're gonna make. I could probably use 25% less volume in the monitor. Thank you. There's a house we can build. Every room inside is filled with things from far away. Special things I compile, each one there to make you smile on a rainy day. I don't care, I'm feeling a little crazy. They can say we've lost our minds. Say I don't care if they call me crazy. Run away to a world that we design. 'Cause every night I lie in bed, the brightest colors fill my head. A million dreams are keeping me awake. I think of what the world can be, a vision of the one I see. A million gonna make. However big, however small, let me be a part of it all. Share your dreams with me. You may be right, you may be wrong, but I wanna bring you along to a world I see, to a world that's brilliant eyes to see, because our eyes to see. 'Cause every night I lie in bed, brightest colors fill my head, a million dreams are keeping me awake. Okay, I said less, but now just a little more. Volume overall. The one I see, a million dreams, it's all it's gonna take. A million dreams for the world we're gonna make. A million dreams for the world we're gonna make. That's hard on the voice. Guide my feet while I what do we do? Okay, so guide my feet while I run this race. Guide my feet while I run this race. Oh, guide my feet while I run this race. For I don't want to run this race in vain. Hold my head while I run this race. Hold my head while I run this race. Hold my hand while I run this race. For I don't want to run this race in vain. And then let's key change there, up half step. Stand by me while I run this race. Stand by me while I run this race. Oh, stand by me while I run this race. For I don't want to run this race in vain. And we're gonna do guide one more time in this game. Last time, guide my feet while I run this race. Guide my feet while I run this race. Guide my feet while I run this race. For I don't want to run this race in vain. Yes, I don't want to run this race in vain. For I don't want to run this race in vain. And we're done, yeah. Does that work? Yep. So it would be guide my feet in the E flat, guide my feet, hold my hand, and then up to, no, guide my feet home, and then stand by me, up, stand by me, back to guide my feet, then tag, tag, tag. Does that work? Yep. We can run it again. We got time. They're not coming back in here till like 11:15. Oh. Okay. Yeah. And then you know what I want. Then you want to what I want to do from there. And it reaches to the high. Do you know that one?
So are you singing that song right after the?
Yes. So then I'll have everybody sing. Guide my, because it's in D. Was the other one ended up in D?
It is on the floor, which is in D.
Okay. Guide my feet while I run this race. Guide my feet while I run this race. Oh, guide my feet while I run this race. For I don't want to run this race in vain. Oh, hold my hand while I run this race. Hold my hand while I run this race. Oh, hold my hand while I run this race. For I don't want to run this race in vain. Oh, stand by me while I run this race. Stand by me while I run this race. Stand by me while I run this race. For I don't want to run this race. Sorry about that, we're making a lot of noise. Yes, I don't want to run this race in vain. Yes, I don't want to run this race in vain. Yeah. Okay. James, now that we don't have a lot of people in here, let me try that wedge monitor again and see if it's where I want it to be. I'm so old school and in my mid-50s about in-ears. And then, so dumb. And then with wedges, I'm like, well, I don't want too much voice, but I want enough, but I don't want too much. So. Close my eyes and I can see a world that's waiting up for me, that I call my own. Through the dark, through the door, through where no one's been before, and it feels like home. They can say I've gone crazy. They can say I've lost my mind. I don't care if they call me crazy. We can live in a world of reason. 'Cause every night I lie in bed, the brightest colors fill my head. A million dreams are keeping me awake. A vision of the world for me, a vision of the one I see. A million dreams is all it's gonna take. Oh, a million dreams for the world we're gonna make. There's a house we can build. Every room inside is filled with things from far away. Special things I compile, each one there to make you smile on a rainy day. They can say it all sounds crazy. They can say I've lost my mind. I don't care care if they call me crazy. We can live in a world that we design. Every night I lie in bed, the brightest colors fill my head. A million dreams are keeping me awake. I think of what the world can be, a vision of the one I see. A million dreams is all it's gonna take. A million dreams for the world we're gonna make. However big, however small, let me be a part of it all. Share your dreams free. We may be right, we may be wrong, but I wanna bring you along to the world I see, to the world we close our eyes to see, we close our eyes to see. 'Cause every night I lie in bed, the brightest colors fill my head. A million dreams are keeping me awake. I think of what the world can be, a vision of the one I see. A million dreams is all it's gonna take. A million dreams for the world we're gonna make. A million dreams for the world we're gonna make. No need. And then I'll say what we're gonna do. Da 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 da. And then I will say, join with me, guide my feet while I run this race. Guide my feet while I run this race. Guide my feet while I run this race. For I don't want to run this race in vain. And hold my hand while I run this race. Hold my hand while I run this race. Hold my hand while I run this race. For I don't want to run this race in vain. Oh, stand by me while I run this race. Stand by me while I run this race. Oh, stand by me while I run this race. For I don't want to run this race in vain. Guide my feet. And then I'll probably say, hey, we're going to repeat that chorus, then we'll go into guide my feet while I run this race. Guide my feet while I run this race. Oh, guide my feet when I run this race. 'Cause I don't want to run this race in vain. For I don't want to run this race in vain. I don't want to run this race in vain. For it reaches to the highest mountain. Why should I feel discouraged? And why should the shadows come? Do it up one step. Why should I feel discouraged? And why should the shadows come? Why should my heart be lonely and long for heaven and home? If Jesus is my portion, my constant friend is He. For His eye is on the sparrow, and I know He watches me. For His eyes on the sparrow, and I know He watches me. For I sing because I'm happy. Yes, I sing because I'm free. Oh, yes, I is on sparrow, and I know He watches me. Yes, His eye is on the sparrow, and I know He watches me. That was just for fun. Okay. I think I'm gonna turn this off and hold it.
Hello. Hello and welcome back. I hope everyone had some great breakout discussions. I think it just gave us a little opportunity to reflect and digest the great content, rich content that Dr. Walker Barnes provided for us this morning. Now we're going to turn our attention to the panel discussion, Strengthening Communities Through Trauma-Informed Practice. I'm excited to introduce our moderator, Jade Chaudhary, a leader in mental health and systems change who has helped transform Indiana's behavioral health system and continues to champion bold community center solutions. Please join me in welcoming Jade Chaudhary as our moderator.
Well, good morning. Thanks, Lindsay. It's great to be here. So I have the honor of just trying to steer the conversation. We'll see how it goes. And so, before we get started, just wanted to sort of frame this discussion just for the audience, just as you're listening to what these folks have to say. I think it's really, so we've all heard about ACEs, right? So and if you hadn't, you've heard about them now. What's interesting is in some of the national discussions around ACEs, they have this movement to not talk about ACEs without also talking about PACEs, which is another acronym, which I'm sure that was probably why they did it, but they're protective and compensatory experiences. Those words are important, right? Protective in the sense that they can mitigate or offset some of the consequences of ACEs, and then compensatory, which it indicates sort of the sense of repair and healing. So these are things like Dr. Walker Barnes talked about. There's things like community, things like trusted relationships with other people. But there's a central tension in this work that I'd love to invite our panelists to react to as they introduce themselves, which is, how do we have that conversation where we mention resilience in the same breath as trauma, which is important, and we'd all agree that's important, without letting the trauma reinforcing systems off the hook, right? So the conditions that we're all talking about, they didn't come up in an accident, right? These are results of deliberate choices sometimes made by people in positions of power. And we're going to talk about how we help our communities through being, asset-based or resilient, but how do you do that without letting the systems off the hook? So we're gonna go down the line. I'm gonna ask you to introduce yourself, just where you are, where you work, and then, if you have a chance to reflect on what I said or reject what I said, it's completely fine. And then we'll get started with the questions. So we'll start with Denise over here.
Good morning. My name is Denise Center. I am the Director of Mental Health, Education, and Innovation at a youth-serving organization called Reach for Youth. We're mental health, positive youth development, and restorative justice practice. And so, should I answer the question?
Please,
about
yeah.
Resilience? I think one of the things that we have to keep in mind is that, and I think it goes back to some of the information spoken about research. And when research was done years ago on resilience, it really started with certain children would develop a type of response that would kind of overcome these negative life experiences. And over time, as the research has continued, we see that most children, most people have that inherent ability to overcome adverse or traumatic experiences. And so it's not just a certain select few that can overcome or develop beyond these negative experiences, but most of us have within us this ability for repair and overcoming, which is great news. So I would just say that as a beginning to that response.
Brandon?
Good morning. My name is Brandon Cosby, and I'm the CEO at Flanner House of Indianapolis. We're the state's oldest not-for-profit that was created specifically on meeting the unmet needs of the Black community. We're 128 years old this year. Thank you. I guess the way that I would answer that question is that, we lead with the notion and the concept of asset framing. That our clients, our community, the people who come to us for service or support, we push back against how funders, how partners, how institutions and organizations tend to define our people in our community. I mean, if any one of you were to stand up today and I were to introduce you to this audience, and I started off by talking about every single mistake you had ever made, every single thing that was wrong about you, every character flaw, what you didn't have, what you didn't know, and what you couldn't do. How confident would you feel about yourself moving through this room and engaging with anyone after that? But we have no problem doing that when we talk about Black folks, or Black neighborhoods, or Black communities, or Black and brown schools. And so what we really lean into is this notion when our clients come to us, is opposed to getting the litany of everything that is wrong, tell me how you survived. When you woke up today, what was the thing that finally said, today's the day that I'm coming? And now let's build off of that. And so we help folks recognize that the situations and the circumstances and the challenges and the journey that they've been through, it's not your fault, but it is your problem. And collectively, we will work with you to walk that journey with you, to be able to be strong enough, to be able to navigate, to recognize these systems, to know how to position yourself in them and to navigate through them. And so that's why we push back against the notion of empowering people. Like, I'm not a wizard. Like, I can't do that. But what I can do is lean into the critical work of helping you rediscover your power. What I can do is say, listen, I'm gonna believe in you until you're strong enough to believe in yourself. And then we got you.
Yes, thank you. All right, Dwight.
Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me? Or afternoon, rather. My name is Dwight Holland, and I'm with Family Community Partners, but I'm sitting here and I'm just kind of thinking about some of the things that Dr. Barnes was talking about, this co-regulation and the shift that's going on in the community. You need to just give yourself a hand, just real quick, just for being here and to be being a part of this shift. The work that we do here in Indianapolis, we provide services for children that cannot protect themselves. That's what we do. And with that service, there are three variables that we look at specifically. We look at making sure that that child is safe, in addition to providing stability and age-appropriate parenting. Our mission is to serve the least of these, and I take pride in the ideal that the work that we do, we build out specifically culturally competent programming to help individuals and to help them understand that there is a safe space in the community for you to self-regulate, to learn some life skills, and to feel like that you're being heard.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Preston Adams III. I am the founding and senior pastor of the Amazing Grace Christian Church here in Indianapolis, Indiana, east side of town. Now it's a church that my wife was present. My wife and I, Lady Greta, started the church 15 years ago. And it's an amazing work that God blessed us with. As a practical theologian, I like to call myself a practical theologian. As a practical theologian, I'm always looking for ways to make the faith practical. How do we live out our faith? How do we not just preach to people on Sunday or teach them in Bible studies or in men's groups, but how do we then take that faith and give people something that they can take away? One of the results of that is something we're going to talk a little bit more about today, and that is our collaboration with the mental health community. So now, almost 4 years ago, looking at the need to help people continue to be resilient and to help people to deal with the trauma that comes along with mental health, and recognizing that the church in general and religious institutions as a whole are starting more so now, but have not traditionally delved into or even acknowledged the need for collaborative efforts in the mental health space. I heard someone say earlier today in one of the passing in one of the sessions, we like to think we can just pray everything away. And the reality is we can't, right? Prayer is the key. Prayer does work. I believe in prayer and the healing power of prayer, but I also know that there has to be some practical help that comes behind that. And there also has to be some therapeutic help. So one of the ways that we have leaned into that is through collaborating with family and community partners resources, an agency that I was blessed to help put together with Dr. Holland for the purpose of creating a safe space, initially for men, especially black men, to come and deal with the effects of trauma, to lean into the traumas that we deal with, that we often don't talk about. That space over the last few years has evolved to now a growing women's and mental health movement and even a youth and mental health movement. So we're just excited about what God is doing in the space and grateful to be here today.
Great, wonderful, thank you. Well, we're gonna stay down. I actually did not plan the order people are sitting, but it's gonna work out well, I think. So let's stay down there with the two of you, and I really appreciate your framing because it reminds me of the perspective from like improv comedy where it's, instead of saying no but, you say yes and, right? And so you acknowledge what so yes, spiritual and mental health, right? So these things don't have to be at odds with each other, right? And obviously, congregations are sometimes the first place where people might feel safe turning to with these sorts of challenges. So how do you equip, what do you do, what does it look like to equip congregations and faith leaders to respond to these challenges in ways that are helpful and not harmful? And either one of you can start.
Yeah, so what we've been able to do and what's been phenomenal about this movement is Dwight and I came together. We've known each other a long time and we've worked together a long time. But we came together around a simple men's breakfast back in 2023. And we just really wanted to get men together. And we thought, what would it look like to have a breakfast where we can deal with mental health, where we can address things like depression, anxiety, and some of the other mental health traumas, the psychoses that we know men deal with. And again, especially black men, because these are things we don't talk about, right? So what would it look like for the church to collaborate with mental health community and create this, just do a breakfast? And we honestly thought it would just be a one-time thing. But when we got there, and we had about 50 men to show up from the community, from our churches and from other community spaces, and those men started to open up and they started to talk about their childhood traumas, their adult traumas, and their battles with depression and anxiety and addictions, and returning citizens coming from spaces of incarceration, and how they really needed a place where they could find some therapeutic help. We knew then that we couldn't just end it with that one breakfast. So we created this movement, we like to call it. We reached out to other churches, other pastors in the community and said, hey, we have this vision, we have this idea. I have a vision for collaborating with the mental health space. Dr. Holland has a vision for collaborating with the faith-based space. Can we come together? Would you like to be a part of this? And overwhelmingly, our pastoral colleagues said, yes, we want to be a part of this. And so what we've been able to do is actually create a network of about 8 pastors and churches presently, and it's growing in the city of Indianapolis. And every month we host men's sessions around mental health, we host women's sessions around mental health, and then we move them around to the different churches. So my church will host one month, and then we have other pastors in here whose churches will host the rest of the month. We created a calendar. Dr. Holland has a network of therapists. So what we do is we facilitate the space. The church provides the space, the safe space. We always provide a good meal because, if you say you got food, it makes people come out, right? So, some of us came today because they said there'll be refreshments available for you. But we provide a really good meal, And then Dr. Holland, being the therapist, what he does, his lane, is to basically say, okay, we're gonna deal with this psychosis today, whether it's depression, anxiety, or whatever. He pairs the therapist with the model, and we bring those men together. And he could talk a little bit more about kind of what we do inside the model.
Yes, it's really a perfect marriage, Doc. This is something that I've been working on for the last 28 years. And I guess God strategically touched you and said, hey, it's time. And I'm just really excited just to share this model. Dr. Preston, he had the vision. And so, like he said, we were there that 3.5 years ago, and we seen these guys coming out, and there was the vision. And you and I, we got together and we began to talk about, okay, how this is going to look, vision. How do we take vision and move it to infrastructure and metrics to show some outcomes? And that's when it started working together. And then I just called in some of my colleagues. Some of them are sitting here. Graduates from CTS, some of them are here. You need to give yourself a hand for the work that you're doing here in the community. But the idea is to collaborate. And with this collaboration, you had the intersection between faith and mental health. And I like to say when they collaborate, they come together, it gives us the opportunity to build a container to hold individuals in their developmental challenges, in their processes. And so in this container, we created a safe and a sacred space within churches. In fact, it was the opportunity for the church to do something more sophisticated. It gave the church the opportunity to catch up with the times after the COVID. That's what was going on. And so, Dr. Adams, in my opinion, you are a visionary leader. I need to say this in front of everybody, and that you decide to take your tradition and stand on the shoulders of our ancestors. And so that's what's going on right now. Now, I'm thinking about what Dr. Bourne said, was talking about today. We live in a traumatic society. I mean, you got my mind going and how I'm going to use this as we move forward. But yes, we're in this system. And so in order for this work to survive, we knew that we needed some infrastructure. And so basically what I did quietly, sitting in the corner, just start gathering information. How many guys are attending? What is the retention? How can we continue to maintain this and stay on the road of sustainability? So what I started doing is doing the research, surveying the literature around groups. How does groups work? And then I was fascinated with some of the work with Samuel Sloverson, who started the groups back in the 60s or whatever. And it was just basically allowing people to come in and process some of their hurts, giving them safe spaces to come in and talk about that. But then, I'm sharing this first to kind of give you a framework on this is not something we just kind of put together. We have citations for this. And citations are very important. But what I'm really saying that is an evidence-based model that we put together. And also, in addition to that, it is integrated with liberation theology. Anybody know about James Cone? If you went to CTS, you know about James Cone. And then liberation psychology. And so I began to do that work and look at that work. And I said, wow. This is what we're going to do. From that work, we created what we call the GAP model. Somebody say the GAP model. The GAP model. And so the GAP model is just basically what we're talking about. GAP is a good assistant program, or God's assistance program to serve the least of these. That is our mission as the church. And so the GAP model, and then Jay, you have a book that we put together.
Dude, I'm Vanna White right here. This is my job, so here we go.
Yeah,
all right, here we go.
He has this book, and I know this is long and drawn out, but I need to take advantage of this. It's Closing the Gap. Our table is sitting out there. It's on Amazon now. Closing the Gap Between psychotherapists, or psychology in communities of faith. And in that God model, there are 5 pillars that you will see that we created. This is about the infrastructure. Pillar number 1 is psychoeducation. Pillar number 2 is where the therapists come in and they offer whatever that diagnosis is. Pillar number 3 is where you come in where they break away in the group after the therapist has given you the psychoeducation, and then he goes or she goes to talking about giving the individuals to talk about what their pain or what they may be experiencing. And then pillar number 3, it specifically breaks off into if there are 50 guys in the group, they break off into 10, and they are able to talk. We talk about skill building in that third one. Pillar number 4, which I find so fascinating, is what we call scalable solutions. In this model in scalable solutions, this is where the therapist that is providing that service says, hey, these are the resources that are available. In addition to that, the churches and also with family community partners, we offer free therapy if you attend that group at least twice. Somebody should say amen right now, because therapy is very expensive. And so pillar number 5 is where we track the outcomes. What age bracket, the demographics, culture, and so forth and so on. I know that was a long answer, but that's the way that works.
That's great. Thank you so much. And so what you're doing is and to use a slightly different metaphor, you're building bridges between these two worlds. And I think as somebody that was responsible for the traditional mental health system, I would just sort of say, like, bridges are bidirectional. The traffic on these it goes both ways. And I think it's just an observation that I think that the mental health system that exists outside needs to take a page from the community and the spirituality and the whole person approach that you all are bringing to work every single day. So, thank you for that. So, and moving here on to Brandon. So you mentioned asset-based framing, which I think is a wonderful frame and philosophy, but you've really strived to embed that philosophy into your day-to-day at Flanner House. Can you tell us how that works, how it manifests, and some of the reaction you've gotten?
Sure. Well, I mean, it kind of have to set the context that at Flanner House, when people ask me what I do, and my response is everything. I mean, we have an early childhood program where we start with infants at 6 weeks old, all the way through kindergarten. We have a before and after care program for school-age kids, 1st grade through 6th grade, right? We have an opportunity youth, some people call crime prevention program. We run the largest urban farm in the city. We have a 2.5-acre farm and 2 15,000 square foot commercial greenhouses. We produce about 250,000 pounds of food a year. We built our own grocery store. We built our own cafe. We have an orchard there on the campus. We have the city's only black bookstore. 3 years ago, we launched Morning Star, the African-Centered Wellness Center, which is the nation's only fully owned, staffed, and operated black mental health center. And with all of it, it kept coming back to, with each of the programs in our Center for Working Families, which does workforce development, job coaching, credit recovery, all of these things, that we were helping clients build skills, get placed in jobs, and then we would go check on them a month later or 2 months later, and they're gone. You know, we were working with young people. All of our babies, when they leave us, right, are reading, like beyond their age level at kindergarten when they leave us, and then we watch them go into schools where 100% of the kids in those schools can't pass the I-read. Right, so all of these things that we were seeing happening, that we had to keep coming back to this notion of what is it that we can do to shield and to equip and to prepare our folks of going out into places and walking into spaces where sometimes people don't mean them well, right? That's a given reality. And so having, when I made the phone call to Bwana Clemens about launching Morningstar, and he was working a very lucrative corporate job, and I was like, hey, I'm gonna need you to call your wife, because I got an idea. And it was an idea that was based off of he and I standing in the hallways of a school when I was a principal 15 years ago about, wouldn't it be amazing if we had a mental health center where literally both the clients could walk in the fullness of their humanity and their blackness and not have to explain or contextualize anything. And that therapists got to do it too, right? That everybody gets to walk in and be black out loud and on purpose. And so that you can really then lean into the work. And so that notion of, and I love so many different ways where I hear people make reference to this notion of the presence of joy, right? That asset framing is really about building it. It's when Bell Hooks talks about the beloved community. It's this interconnectedness of all of these things. And what we call it at Flannery House is holonomy. It is the interconnectedness of all things. There are no silos. We don't have a hierarchical structure. It's flat. And so we are all responsible for and accountable to each other. And that spills over into how we perceive and receive the clients, so that there isn't this kind of transactional kind of experience. All of our work is done relationally. And when you're able to foster that kind of an environment and it permeates the culture, all the way from the custodians in the building who know what role they play in being responsible for the nurturing and the mentoring and the guiding of both the babies and people who walk through the door, to our seniors. You know, one of our seniors was Miss Craig, who passed away a few years ago. She was 96 when she died. We have a picture of her hanging on the wall in her ballerina leotard when she was 6. And for her to be able to have this longitudinal view of the culture of our agency, and she said to me when I came there, baby, there was a time when people came to Flannery House for more than when something was wrong. And if you could do something about that, I would appreciate it. And then to lean into it and to build a team of people that have come together and upheld that, so that it isn't a matter of you're coming to Flannery House for this transactional experience. It's that you get met in the fullness of your humanity and have a collective of people who stand with you and behind you to support and guide you through it. And it permeates the culture. So regardless if you just happen to show up at Cleo's for a smoothie, if you happen to just come into the bookstore, if you have a child who's in our early childhood program, whatever door you enter, there are people there who are working to pull you in, to expose you to the rest of it, to be able to meet you where you are, to provide you with what you need.
That's right. Yeah, thank you. And so Dr. Walker Barnes quoted Audre Lorde, and one of my favorite quotes is also by her, which is that, you know, for Black women, poetry is not a luxury. And to me, that's the indication that these things like art and beauty and the things that draw us together and make us human, especially as we move into the AI age, like, we have to hold on to these things, otherwise, you know, we're gonna lose whatever semblance of humanity we have left. And so I heard all that in your answer, so thank you for that. Turning to Denise here, now Denise, you happen to work, I think, in one of like the stickiest and most oppressive systems that quite literally is descended from actual systems of oppression, right? The criminal justice system, you know, in our country, and you apply a philosophy called restorative justice to that system. So would love for you to talk about that and you know, reflect on your work and anything else you'd like to share.
Oh, thank you. I first want to say that a lot of the work that we are doing with restorative justice comes from a collaborative effort. Many of you are also doing restorative practice work in your ministries and in your work. But the work of Peace Learning Center has been really chief in terms of training and providing this vision. But at Reach for Youth, we do a systemic model. And because I'm a graduate of CTS in marriage and family therapy, I had to take the systems approach and apply it to everything we do. So not only in our mental health, starting with the mental health, we don't work with children. We serve children 7 to 18 and their parents. We will not provide any services without the parents and without the families. So it's a systemic approach all the way up. And then we started applying that into the other models as well. One of those models, beyond the education, is restorative practice. And what the purpose of that is that taking what has traditionally been a legalistic, punitive approach to solving problems or making decisions about criminality And oftentimes, I think young people get labeled with criminal acts that aren't criminal acts. Some of these are just normal developmental behaviors or maladaptive behaviors or adaptive behaviors to maladaptive treatment, and this applied it to them. So we've taken an approach that's been punitive and made it restorative, made it transformative. And I want to share, I put some notes to myself so that I can tell you how we define that. One of the things we want to look at in this restorative approach is we are looking at this being a trauma-informed, community-based approach that focuses on healing, accountability, and repairing harm. So the question is not, what's the punishment? It's moving from that to who has been hurt, who has been harmed. We're moving away from what rules have been broken to how do we help? It's moving away from who's to blame to what are your needs? And from what consequences should be given to who should fulfill those needs. And that's the whole approach. And so taking that to the community, taking it out of the offices and moving it into the community so that community partners and collaborations and collaborative efforts help broaden this work, because not one entity, not one group can do this work alone. And so what we want to do is we want to take these restorative justice values and apply it systemically across the board. And we do that in our school systems. So we started with one of the dynamic school districts in Indianapolis, Warren Township. Do we have any Warren people here? Warren Township was a very dynamic and very innovative township. And starting in 2017, we became involved in what they call the Evaluation and Support Program, ESP. And through the ESP network, and I think James Taylor with Warren really was chief in developing this with his administration. And the aim of that program was to take young people who were at risk of suspension and expulsion. And instead of just applying these often kind of punitive rules, often you had the police departments involved, you had prosecutors involved. Instead of applying it to, you broke a rule, you are a threat in the community, so we're going to expel you. Gathered together a group of community groups, people, agencies, to come together and listen to what was going on with that young person and what was going on with that family. So the system working there was the system of that youth and family. And bringing all these community partners together, and when I'm saying community partners, I'm talking other school administrators, you have teachers, you have deans, you have DCS, you might have the police department, you have a whole host of community mental health partners. And they're listening to what happened with this young person. And sometimes, you know how if you get in trouble at school, the dean or the principal or whomever is listening to that student, they hear it from a certain perspective. And usually it's, how do we follow policy? When you get into a room with a group of other people, and you bring that young person and you bring their parents into the room, now you have a group of witnesses who's not looking at it from that perspective of how do we get rid of this student, but what happened to this student? And when we took that approach of not just listening to that young person, all of a sudden they were hearing the story differently. And hearing that story from a number of different perspectives taught not only that family and that student, that now we're changing the relationship of their experience. The relational experience has to change where they feel that they're being met instead of discarded. And I remember specifically one moment where there was a young boy who had got into some fight and harmed somebody. And truly, typically would have been a case of putting them out of school. But when that young boy told his story and his parents was with them, there was not a dry eye in the room, and there was probably 20 or 25 people in there. And so instead of thinking about removing them from school, everybody worked collaboratively and together to say, how do we meet this need? So that's just a way in which the model works across the board, not only with these community providers, but that's one type of system. The other system is the family system. And then beyond the family system is the community. So you're working with community, the school, and the family in a transformative way to make change. And the bottom line of all of it is, how do we create an experience of trust, and how do we give them a new experience of belonging? And I would say that prior to having this type of approach, the recidivism rate for students who perhaps would be suspended or expelled was very high. They would come back into school and they would have similar experiences 3 weeks or 2 months later, and it would create the same thing. By doing this approach, we cut that rate down by 50% in the first year. And that has continued to be the impact, particularly for Black males and youth of color. And so the impact of that change has been huge, and that has continued all along the right. Now we are expanding the ESP model to other school districts. Schools are now buying into this approach. And not only have we done this in Marion County, we've done this in Johnson County. Center Grove is another district who has bought into this approach. And you have to have that buy-in. And I will say this as well. Too often when we're trying to address youth and family needs, a lot of systems put the onus of responsibility on the family. Families are coming into these experiences in conditions that we don't know about. You know, they can come in and they look well-dressed and they look like, okay, they're talking, and so they must be good. But their inner states are something different. And I would say to people all the time, you don't know the condition we're in, right? And so listening and being able to hear and hear differently and hear truly the experience of the other, where they feel met and they feel known, is very important. A lot of times when we were hearing this morning about the generational impact of trauma, a lot of times parents did not have a good relationship with school when they were growing up. And sometimes their children also don't have a good relationship or positive or trusting relationship with school. Having this kind of approach changes that experience, because it's not just on the family and the child. The school has to change. The accountability is not just on that family, it's on the school, it's on the teachers. It's not just on the school, it's on that juvenile probation department, it's on the police department, it's on DCS, it's on every partner that's in the room. Everyone plays a role in providing a transformative experience for that family.
Thank you. That's great. So we have got about 5 minutes left. And Brandon, I know you said you weren't a wizard, but we're going to ask a magic wand question anyway. All right. So can I do that in church? Is that okay? Is that fine? All right. All right. Didn't grow up here. I don't know. So, you know, it's to the point about conditions, right? One thing in state government I learned very, very quickly was that nobody sitting in any central location can actually engineer outcomes for people. Like, people are too complicated. But what we can do is we can create the conditions, to potentially facilitate thriving, right? And so if you had a magic wand, right, which none of us have, recognize those don't exist, like what are some things you would do to promote and create those conditions for thriving? We'll start and we'll work our way down at the end. So.
I think how I would address that is something I heard Dr. Walker Barnes say this morning. She said, leverage the healing power of community. And when she said that, I thought that's exactly what we have been doing the last 3.5 years. We didn't try to do this work in a silo, which is often what happens. Churches work in silos, therapeutic organizations work in silos, other organizations work in silos. What we realize is we're stronger together than we are apart. And so those 8 to 10 churches and that network of maybe 30 therapists through family and community partners, and then other community partners are now working together, working with CTS community and other communities. We're leveraging the power, the healing power of community. And so what I would say is that's what gets the work done. Over the last 3.5 or so years, we've been able to affect an average of 600 men, 600 women, and maybe 100 to 150 youth every year. That's huge considering that we started this with no formal funding, just a vision. So we didn't wait until we got a grant to say, let's do this. We said, let's do this, because where the vision is, the provision will come. We thank God for family and community partners, for Dr. Holland, for the partners that are there, who began to underwrite much of this work. And then over time, we began to secure some funding to help with this work. But the goal was to leverage the healing power of community, to work together. I want to end like this. There are some of the churches, pastors, and therapists that are present today that are a part of the movement that have helped this to work. And if you're here, can you just stand real quick? I just want the people to see you. Please stand real quick. These are some of the pastors, therapists, and others who are part of the community. Just a small network, and it's leveraging that healing power of community that has made the difference for us. That's the magic wand.
Thank you.
Well, dovetailing off of what you said, and then just kind of lining with what Dr. Bourne said again, what we really tried to do here is the power of collaboration. It's opening up a space where individuals can release, can talk. I have been amazed just kind of watching men, young men from 12, I think the age group is from 12 to about 75, listening to men tell their story, talk about their pain, and there's a release that takes place in that safe space. It's something about feeling safe. It works. You're able to develop this ideal of trust. And trust, in my opinion, it works like an anesthesia. It takes you under. It lets you relax and helps you to release. And so from that, what we discovered with the collaboration and this container that we've held or we've developed is that they find their joy. They find their peace. They're on that road of healing. And they come back every month. And so I would leave you with this, and that's just simply, eyes have not seen, ears have not heard what God is about to do with mental health.
That's right.
Oh, I have a list. One of the things that troubles me most is when I'm downtown on the side of the government building, there's a slogan that says, Indiana is a state that works. And I always ask, for whom? Right. I mean, the reality is that the majority of the work that we are all engaged in is based off of the failure of a system that was designed to protect, right? I mean, we're particularly good at cleaning up these messes and addressing these failures. But the reality of it is that this system, either by design or by happenstance, is disproportionately failing hundreds of millions of people. And to be able to lean into it, I mean, you know, the hardest part for us is trying to get funders and partners to understand that we have to move people out of a place of crisis just so they can hear us, right? So that's why, you know, we got challenged during the SNAP crisis that Flanner House and all of the work that we do, we don't have a food pantry. I don't believe in them. And I'm not criticizing or critiquing anyone who has one. But as a kid who grew up poor, the youngest of 8, and remember having a food box delivered to our house, that box came and then it was empty. Our lives were no better than it was before it arrived. And so rather than us have a pantry where we put people in the position to believe that where they are, their lives can be no better than that, what I can do is I can give you a gift card and say, you go shop at Cleo's. Go fill up your basket, get whatever meal plans you need for the next week for you and your babies. Then go in the cafe, have lunch, eat. When you're full, come back. Because now you can hear me for the plan that we need to make. Now you can hear me for us to get down to the work. And so if I could snap my fingers to say, well, what is the list? It would be to eliminate all of those things that have our people feeling like they are in a place of crisis. Making sure that we're paying people a universal sustaining wage. Guaranteeing access to affordable housing. And it's housing that you, as the program administrator, would be comfortable putting your own family in. Leaning into the conversation the way that we did, and my director of food justice is sitting over here, I just saw her, that we raised the critical question that says that if we could build a model where we're growing food, where we could make that for folks in our neighborhood who have limited means, if the most financially practical thing you could do is buy the healthiest food available, how would that change the entire outcome of a neighborhood or a community? So building in those things, that if we could just immediately address those things and take that off the table to authentically begin to then develop a coaching relationship to help people build the kind of lives they want, and then to know what to do when they get there. Because this is the mistake that people make all of the time, is that the opposite of war is not peace. It's not. War is a destructive thing. So if war is destruction, the opposite of that is creation. And what are we doing in our work where we're building a plan with our clients that we serve to say, hey, listen, once it's quiet, do you know what you're going to do with yourself then? Do you know what life looks like for yourself, for your family then? Because it's lonely over there. It's quiet over there. And so we see our clients self-sabotaged to go back, not because they like it, but they know how to do it. And so to be able to build a system that lets us authentically say, no, we are in the business of co-constructing new realities for you with you.
Well, Denise, if you dare follow that, you know, for a last word.
Because I agree with everything you said.
Amen might be good enough, but yeah.
I think that along with what's been said, we have to challenge and encourage businesses and those who have the ability to fund things, to see things with new eyes and to get involved. They have to become partners in the work. All of you, all of us are already doing the models that create transformative change. We have to change the status quo and not get comfortable with that. And we have to find ways that businesses and corporations, instead of looking at profit, we have to change the definition of profit. What is profitable is people being healthy. What is profitable is having children whose dreams are not dreams, they're reality. What's profitable is really investing in relationships and relationships of experiences that build hope. Not build hope, is hope. When Jesus says, the Spirit of the Lord is upon me, to do what? Give sight to the blind, to heal, to be. We are doing that. This is the work of God, whether it's called a church or whether it's called a not-for-profit. This is the work of God in the world. And anything that is not representative of this type of work of building isn't of God, right? So what we want to do is an ultimate model of change would be to help bring everyone along, help businesses, help corporations to be part of this work and change policy in such a way that everyone believes in why this is possible. And I think only then will you have the type of society that truly thrives.
That's right. All right. Please thank the panel. What an amazing, amazing job. Thank you.
Messages that you left us with. Thank you to all the panelists. Again, we'll give them a round of applause. Today, we've heard a lot of really powerful ideas, and I hope you can share them with someone else, and I hope you also provide feedback on our QR code that I'll have you scan at the end of the program. Your feedback really helps us shape next events, so we appreciate that. But I'm gonna leave you with a gift. So if you were at our fall event, you heard an amazing singer and soloist, and I wanna introduce my friend Heather Lake Bays back to the stage. We were honored to have her sing for us. I just want you guys, as Dr. Walker Barnes said, take a deep breath and listen to her beautiful voice, and then we're gonna all close together in song, in a participatory song. So, welcome, Heather. Thanks.
Close my eyes and I can see a world that's waiting up for me, and it feels like home. Through the dark, through the door, through where no one's been before, and it feels like home. They can say it all sounds crazy. They can say I've lost my mind. I don't care if they call me crazy. We can live in a world that we design. 'Cause every night I lie in bed, the brightest colors fill my head. A million dreams are keeping me awake. Vision of the one I see. A million dreams is all it's gonna take. A million dreams for the world we're gonna make. There's a house we can build. Every room inside is filled with things from far away. Special things I compile, each one there to make you smile on a rainy day. They can say that I sound crazy. They can say we've lost our minds. I don't care if they call us crazy. We can live in a world that we design. 'Cause every night I lie in bed, the brightest colors fill my head. A million dreams are keeping me awake. fill my head. A million dreams is all it's gonna take. I think what the world can be, a vision of the one I see. A million dreams is all it's gonna take. A million dreams for the world we're gonna make. A million dreams for the world we're gonna make. Thank you. It's a true honor to share, and I'm humbled to even share a stage with people like this and you that are doing the work, and we're going to only do it together. So will you join with me a song many of you may know? Guide my feet while I run this race. Sing that with me. Guide my feet while I run this race. Guide my feet while I run this race. For I don't want to run this race in vain. Come on, sing, hold my hand while I run this race. Hold my hand while I run this race. Hold my hand while I run this race. For I don't want to run this race in vain. Oh, stand by me while I run this race. Oh, stand by me while I run this race. Stand by me while I run this race. For I don't want to run this race in vain. Come on, sing that again. 'Cause I don't want to run this race in vain. Yes, we don't want to run this race in vain.
Thank you again. Keep up the good work, and don't forget to fill out your survey. Have a great day.